Alright. So now I'm ready. So as you can see, this is where we left off. The scene behind is still there. As a reminder, like, you were there last time. So there you go. Poof! Straight on that scene. So we have we're Sholmes Suite, February 19, 12:53 p.m. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Okay, now we see the other side of the... Oh, alright, now we see the lab. And now we have that... I thought that was actually the menu sound. No, it's in the game too. And I was like, alright. So now we have random papers stacked on top of random books that makes Herlock's library. And then we have a chair where we see the golden Stradivarius that Sherlock plays. Like, for those who don't know, the reason why Sherlock plays violin is because when he's on a case, a very tough case, he needs to work all his brain at the same time. So usually when we think, there's like always like one half of the brain that's working, like because it's like logic and stuff like that. So it works with the left hemisphere. I don't know if it's the left or the right, but anyway, it's always the one opposed to creative work and physical things. So he's using violin because it's a way like he creates. So he does two things at the same time. He ponders about the case and he plays violin at the same time. That stimulates 100% of his brain, and apparently get better results out of that. So this is why I forgot. I'm not sure if he gave a name to his violin. I thought at some point he named it Betsy or something like that. I'm thinking of Lucille, but that's for another inanimated object. And so there, yeah, on the desk there's a big mechanical contraption with gears. It looks like a steampunk computer. Like there's a lot of paper coming out of one end, like as printing result. It looks like an analytic result. And I see some lens. It looks like a microscope. So yeah, it's basically a microscope. You put a piece on it, it reads, and it analyzes the data, the composition of said thing. And I just noticed there's punctured hole on the walls that spells VA or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato ... Susato-san? Oh yeah, she's happy. Many famous cases has been solved here in this very room! Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. Oh, I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down a sunlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism! Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind... And then she turns away from us. I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. Oh, she's obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home?
Oh, do we have a visitor?
Ah, there it is. That's the girl we saw.
Hello! Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello? ... Wait, aren't you...
Oh, rid of me! I'll go and make some tea at once.
So yeah, so this is the girl that bumped in at the end of last trial. She was the owner of the bag that Gina stole that included the grenade launcher. So she looks the steampunk goggles suggest that she created those. And yeah, she has pink hair, braided in a weird, I want to say French breed, but maybe not. They're just twisted like a ribbon onto itself, and it sticks. And the tip of the locks are shaped like hearts, and they're tied in the back of her head like a knot, like a bow, like a ribbon. That's it, like a ribbon. So now she's leaving to make some tea. Now I see a blackboard with V equals epsilon P VA over V stronger than V something minus epsilon. And then there's a margin. Oh, I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl was just here?
Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on this case.
The King of Bavaria?
King Willem Gottsreich Sigismund von Arstein, of course.
That's a name. She just turns and then splattered her name. King Willem Gottsreich Sigismund von Arnstein. King of Bohemia. I'm sorry, I was drawing a blank. Forget the adventure of Sherlock Holmes for a moment. And look over there!
The tea is brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well.
Oh, it's you! Oh, I knew it. Zatusa recognizes her too. Now we have a flashback. So that must be the theme song.
Ah, there you are! And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
Now we're back. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Or you having to get straight to work when you only are just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Like they said, it's a special blend. Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor!
Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your own voyage here and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow.
I wish I could have that tea. Maybe I wouldn't have to sleep for 3 hours.
Oh! And you're to defend Japanese. Man! I do wish you lots and lots of luck.
Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance?
Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Oh, that's our nickname, Hurley. Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passengers on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see.
Oh, was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl from the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here with Mr. Sholmes' suite?
Oh, silly me! I haven't introduced myself, have I?
No, still exclamation question mark all around.
All right,
Now she does a curtsy. Very nice.
It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
There you go. So yeah, Iris Wilson. I see some of her artwork among the character, and she's on the cover. So you know she's important. So this must be, she must be acquainted to Dr. Wilson. So we'll see how.
I live here together with Hurley.
So yeah, she's basically, she's the Dr. Watson. Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yep, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely, Susie and Runo. Got it.
Oh, she gives us nicknames already, Susie and Runo.
Susie?
And Runo? There's more to this girl that meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Alright, now we can talk to her. Okay, now it auto-save. Iris. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the old baile?
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much.
Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry. We could have been more welcoming. Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Oh, you mean like this one? Like this?
Now she handles the bazooka, which is a grenade bazooka, I believe. Go! Oh, thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Jeannie, yes. She's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pitch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that troll disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my invention.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly.
Ah, okay, so they design inventions together. So she designs them and Sherlock builds them. Okay. And she just did, I just noticed that she just did the thing with the finger. It's the same movement as Herlock Sholmes does when he flick is the tip of the cap of his hat. But since she doesn't have one, she tips the strap of her goggles. She kind of flicks them. It's like it's either like she adjusts them with one finger. It's just like it's the same pose of deducing stuff. Hurley?
Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together.
I had no idea the great detective has such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
Oh, I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you?
10 at last this year!
Well, what of your mother and father?
They're gone. No, I don't have any. They're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. So, Wilson. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you.
Of course. Go ahead, Susie.
I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes and...
Oh, you have a copy of Rance magazine.
Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship.
Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
Yeah, that's right. Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating.
Clicks.
It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think?
Goodness.
Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
So you are the author?
Yep. Now let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure the Speckle Band.
The Speckle Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yep. And of course, I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... It's a story! Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you?
So do you mean to say... Or the story about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rance magazine?
Blooded! All written by me? Oh yeah, that too. On my wonderful and very modern typewriter.
But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, by John H. Wilson. So that doesn't sound getting more and more worked up.
Oh yes, yeah, that's me. That's my pen name. I mean, my name it really is Wilson. And I am a doctor because I'm 10 years old. I mean, it took 9 years of studying the field. So my mama had to read the books for me when I was still in her belly. I remember everything! That's all true too. I'm a doctor of this.
Yeah, you know, fucking. I was making jokes. But then the game says, no, you're full of shit, but it's true. No, at 10 years old?
At 10 years old?
Well, that's quite incredible. But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman.
Ah, yes. And then alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling and more realistic, you know? Like, who would hire a 10-year-old kid as a doctor? And it goes all around, it travels with Dr. Sholmes, with Mr. Sholmes.
Oh!
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow?
I suppose it does, yes. Poor Zoto-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. Yeah, never meet your heroes. Like, you see the backside of fame, like the real person through the mask, and you're disappointed. Your deduction just now. About before.
Yes? What's on your mind, Reno? Do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that?
Oh, that's what you mean.
Please tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Of course! I'll be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin!
Puts her goggles on.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
Now she produced a little gun made for her size. It looks like the same gun that Herlock makes is a forensics gun that's tied up to a pipe. This one doesn't have one, but it's the same design, the same different kind of bullets. And apparently she does also her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Let's see how it goes with her. Same song. Oh yeah, we can see the ticket on the RuneScape breast pocket.
First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo.
Because of the armband? Yes, because of the armband. Spotlight on the armband.
After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we've only just arrived in London. How did you know that? Yeah, flashlight on the breast pocket.
I observe a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh!
I was reasonably confident that you have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted the case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court's affairs.
Ugh, the Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand.
Yep, there is a stamp.
You were giving that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? And earlier today.
Oh!
They used those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see.
Oh, I didn't realize.
And a red stamp is usually used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you have already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you are wearing a particularly sad expressions on your face, so I concluded the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must accept a new case.
Or see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow?
Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume.
Now, Rudo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to.
Spotlight on Iris.
You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his nose with a knife, you know. He's silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was my book report. I mean, that was one of my great deductions.
RuneScape ...
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on. Yeah, I'm actually amazed. Like, Sholmes wishes he can deduce like her. She's the real brain. But it's funny how probably she's the one who has to correct Sholmes every time he made a blunder. But to cover her tracks when she wrote her stories and to make Sholmes look good, she wrote whatever first conclusion he came out to, and then go from there. They were spot on. That was amazing, Oris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed a certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh well. I was just copying Hurley's style for that.
This is really good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? The case of the Japanese man. So, yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended as a Japanese man, you were saying?
Yes! Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah! The great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on the quiet streets somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene.
A short, shifty-looking, stooped man? Mr. Natsume beyond any doubt. Sosuke-san said he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley uses great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police. And what did they find? A short, shifty-looking stooped man shivering in fear.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. It's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley said that London is rife with crime.
Oh!
Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently.
Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminal in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible! I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Sosuke-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun!
She's blushing. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Oh, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene of the case involving Mr. Natsume.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Natsume. Natsume. I'm gonna call him Mr. Nuts. Okay. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there.
Oris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Oh yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Ah, goody! In that case, give Gregsy this for me, would you?
It looks like a pink envelope with a coin glued to it. A big coin. Is that that's not a guinea. Is that a shilling? It's either a shilling or a pound. It looks so big, too much big of a coin to be anything else.
If you do that, I'm sure it'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this? A 5 shilling piece and a postcard inseam. Oh, so I was right. So it's a 5 shilling. Iris's postcard has been entered to the court record. A card of Inspector Gregson with a message from the back of Iris. Oh, that reminds me! It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Question mark. Okay, so let me check the court record. I just realized I got a local map as well. Okay, so this is where Briar Road is. There's Meerschaum Street, and then there's Calabash Road. So this must be Strand. There's no name, but we saw on the scene of the crime a sign that says Strand Street. So this must be Strand. Yeah, corner of Briar and Strand. There's Meerschaum over there, and then there's another road on Calabash, and then that road splits into two. The right path goes down to Strand, and the other eastward. And yeah, I can see that probably what happened is the woman was assaulted on the corner of Meerschaum and Calabash, and nobody saw because they went into that alley, the one that goes, the branch that goes east. Since this is a slow road, people are not paying much attention to outside. Okay, so let's check the Iris 221B Baker Street, London, NW1. This is the 5 shilling. Victoria de Gracia. Yeah, that's Victoria's face on it. 1844 or 6. Wait, is that 1844 or 64? Let me check. Can we get it closer? No.
This is a 5 shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown.
Oh, a crown. That's why there's the Queen's face on it. Yes, and you can train Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one.
Iris must be the most powerful 10 years old in the world.
How much is 5 shilling, by the way? What is really worth?
Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month.
That's greasy. Can I zoom in? Oh, tell the gentleman in the black whenever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Iris Wilson, heart shape. And then there's the logo, there's the address, and then there's a message. Iris' little handwriting is adorable, isn't it?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem.
Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there.
I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it.
You don't think it will just make him much piping up chips until steam comes out of his ear, do you?
Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Gosh! This will make the inspector help us, will it?
Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try.
Good luck, Dan. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea. So come back again soon.
We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
Yay, back to the scene of the crime. So somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note as one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued. Alright, that was the only part 1. So I'm gonna start at part 2. Whatever that is. Save your current progress. Yes. Even though it was only mostly us talking, there was barely anything to investigate. The investigate is bare bone in this game. 19th February, 2:38 p.m., Briar Road. The police officers are still there. It looks as though the police are still there, carrying on their with the investigation.
Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible.
Yeah, let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Now Gregson is here. Now we can present. Oh. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What? For me? From her ladyship?
Her ladyship? Her ladyship?
Give that there at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Or don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly?
Oh, it's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee. And that was it. And that's what it is.
An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right. For the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, her ladyship always offered me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course, here's using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still, hum.
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never mind you that. So, what do you want to know then, hey?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Come on, fire away. What do you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, the little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look.
Oh, the red building that's keeling over.
On the first floor of that house, on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garrett. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes.
He crushes his cone. Oh, don't worry, Inspector. We will.
Goodbye for now, then.
And he does his salute.
Long live her ladyship.
Not even Her Majesty. Like, he seems to respect Wilson more than the Queen. I mean, I do too, but that's not, Anyway.
Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left.
Yeah, so then shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely!
Alright, let's move. New location has been added. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. The lodging of Mr. Soseki Natsume, according to information gleaned from Inspector Gregson. I wonder what awaits us. Oh, 19th February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Okay, so we see a fireplace. It seems to be the house of a veteran. We see a soldier, an officer's uniform hanging from a coat with a saber. on the left of a mantelpiece, and there's a cannon next to the spice rack where the expensive china is, in the corner of the room, and we see there's some sort of dress. There's a dress that's laying down the cannon. So basically, the cannon is used as decoration. But yeah, and there's very dangerously cannon ammunition sitting on top of the mantelpiece. If they're to fall and have any more heat than the fireplace is producing, they're gonna fire. They're gonna ignite and explode. There's a statue of a golden lion as a paperweight. All the pictures on top of the mantelpiece are crooked. There's in the middle we have on some sort of very expensive velvet, a medal of honor, some sort of decoration from the war. We see a clothesline suspended inside of the house near the ceiling, and we see some clothes near the fireplace. I see something that looks like a kilt, and in the picture of we see the officer wearing the uniform, and he seems to have a really spiky haircut and a spiky goatee. So his head is kind of shaped like a crescent moon. It's pretty interesting. I wonder what his name is. Wait, they say Garadeb. It looks like an anagram or something. And yeah, this is I think only one half of what I can see. So Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Oh, we see a maid. May I help you? She's serving tea, and she's pudgy. She has a very round face, and her bonnet makes it like she looks like a sun, like her face is a sun. Well, she has short hair, but yeah, the locks underneath the bonnet makes like the rest of the little sun. Yes, she's official. She's a maid. She's holding a saucer with a teapot. Oh yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? John Garadeb. Debrigar, Gary, Bridge Raw. Anyway, indeed it would, sir. And who I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am... Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. Oh, question mark. She has a reaction. Exclamation mark. But she didn't say. We would very much like to ask him some question about her client. Is that a smile? But for a split second, it felt like a reaction. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Like her eyes are closed. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid.
I know, as I understand it, anyone standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better.
It certainly feels like we're really arrived now, doesn't it?
We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete.
Have you... wait. Well, I'm not sure if I will go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrett will see you now. This way. Thank you for waiting. Okay, I think I found her voice. Oh, there he is. So, yeah, we see him from his profile, his left profile. And, yeah, it's shaped like a crescent moon. And he's smoking a pipe, having some tea. And, okay, now we can examine the room. Can we look around? Okay, so now we have a dining table with desserts. Some of them are falling on the floor. There's a candle seems to be falling. Everything is crooked. The dish, all this here is crooked. So let's see if I can. Okay, so there's books here. Oh, I noticed you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrideb. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. And now he uses his pipe to stir the tea. But he's using the end where you put your mouth in. Ew! Well, at least only he gets to drink his cup of tea. So, there's that.
Oh! There's a copy of Rant's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrideb enjoyed the adventures of Sherlock Holmes too.
The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here?
Oh my! It's real! I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing? Bah, that's a little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared. I always say, you never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrideb?
Always is. Take Joan here. Never failed to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack? No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging in its head in shame. Yeah, it's an apron. Okay, so this is still the cannon. Spice rack. Uniform. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it?
It's clearly been well looked after, though.
Yeah, it looks like something from the Prussian War. That old thing? Pah, not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, May. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Makes for good conversation.
Oh, I see!
Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Okay. Or are those mortar shells? They're enormous! Yeah, they are. These are mortar shells. Mortar shells. Oh, I haven't noticed. What are they doing here? Ah, those old things? Couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of colorful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately, exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what, exactly?
Yes, well... Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally thing on my foot the other day while she was dusting.
Oh no!
I hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know.
Alright, alright. Hold the bullshit. We have a great exhibition that's supposed to happen in 1851 with a crystal tower that hasn't been built yet by that time. And then we have a crown that's been printed in 1964. And now he says he hasn't shed a tear since 1869. Plus, we have the freaking Anglo-Japanese alliance that hasn't been signed before 1902. So, which year are we? If we're gonna use dates, I mean, come on. I can't overlook the Great Exhibition because there hasn't been one Great Exhibition in London ever since. Oh no, wait, they're still in 1920. But yeah, we need a first war to happen for that. But yeah, the point is, there was the one in France in the 90s. So yeah, so that would coincide with Sherlock Holmes being active. Maybe reconsider throwing them away. Okay, now we have a medal. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on the very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What? That old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I dispose of it. The wall's the best place for it, keeps the ball-eating out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look, let me see, it says, "For distinguished participation." Sounds like the kind of honor even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. So it's a participation medal. You participate in an army, everybody gets in the medal. Yay! Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. So that must be a picture of him. That portrait of Mr. Garridebs is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrideb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion in the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yes, seems to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seem to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Susato-san doesn't pull her punches, or her throws for that matter. Okay, is there anything else? No. There's this, look at that enormous screen! It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look, just a little peek. Ahem! Maybe that's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem! Ahem! This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. So let me guess, they were the witness? They witnessed the... Hello, Glenn Homer, how you doing? There you go. Yeah, I took a little nap. 3-hour nap, and now I'm back playing this game. So probably it fell for you like I've been playing this the whole day, but actually it not. It was not. Was this up? Was this up to you? Oh yes. Oh, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene.
The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly.
Does this thing open at all, I wonder?
I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir.
Sorry?
As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you.
It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. Oh, okay. So that's what it meant. There you go. Let's expect those tray of fallen desserts. Oh look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? Looks more like someone has half demolished them to me.
Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrideb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea.
That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand.
Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers.
So you drink 5 cups of tea per day?
So whenever Mr. Garrideb does leave, I say to myself, Joan, you should have to tidy up.
How magnanimous of you. Yeah, she's gonna eat. Okay, so they're baking 12 of cakes per day. He's only having 2 with his tea and she eats the rest. Is that the mechanic of the routine? For the... I was about to say couple, but it's actually like the Lord. He looks single. I don't see a ring on him. Oh no, wait, I think there is one. Yeah, there is one. There is a ring, but I don't see the Lady Garrideb anywhere. Oh wait, was she maybe she was the one who was stabbed. Maybe it's jumping to conclusion, but it's possible. Alright, so this candelabra has 1 candle missing, and that candle is over there. This old candle holder looks a little out of place, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. That old thing, yes. Just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimcrack, really. Is it Gimcrack or Jimcrack? Like some British words I'm good, but this I've never heard of this name before. Have you heard of that word, Glenn Homer? If you're still there. Oh, I use it when I was studying, don't you know, for my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really, but well, still has its uses sometimes. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate stories behind it? They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo, memories! Okay, so let's see the broken china. Look at that crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser! Isn't it delightful? Oh, that old thing. Although the shelf seems to be broken and the crockery is, oh dear, it's in pieces. Yeah, even the jar of pickled or jam are broken. They look like mason jar. Even the mason jars are broken and just been left there to their device. It really is. The word crack wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yeah, probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. Okay, so is there anything I overlooked? This looks like garlic. Window. Okay, let's talk to the maid. Good day to you. John Garrideb, at your service. Yeah, sorry, I just overlooked at the house and interacted with you before ever introducing myself. Sorry about that. On the account of me being autistic. Sorry, don't mind me, I'm neurotypical. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruto. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwand. Don't you know? It's supposed to be Taiwan. So he fought at Taiwan, and he used to be a great soldier, and then he took an arrow to the knee. He took a shot to the knee a few years back. Earned the medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was pointing at the top of the stairs. I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, do you think so? Well, Mr. Garrideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Yeah. Dasher, woman, be careful! Alright. Here's what happened. Because the way the teapot is made, the beak, the snout, is pointed downwards. So she just have to tip. She literally tip like in the song. I'm a little teapot, sure, and stop. And then she tipped her body to pour the tea. So maybe it was her way of rebelling. She spilled the tea and then she kept spilling it until it overflowed, and then the hot tea fell in his lap, and that's why he got burned. Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it, living the quiet life now. Yes, oh, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some question for us. Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We've forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, and I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. So it's like the opposite of... No, it's actually the same thing. It's actually the same thing. English victim, Japanese as the accused. And it probably turned out it's actually an Englishman or an English woman, and they would try to cover it up so it won't rustle any political feathers on both empires. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rance magazine here, so... No. No. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It
It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsume.
About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garrideb. Please do tell us.
Oh yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in really recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room came available a week ago, you see. There's been Dash it all, Joel, do be careful!
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
So yeah, I cannot stop the button because it's an animation. As soon as you hear the teapot pour, as soon as you can hear the tea pouring, I must be quick at talking because I know I'm gonna be interrupted. I need to finish the paragraph displayed, or else I'm gonna be interrupted. Dot dot dot.
If you want to know my opinion, I thought it was a shady sort for the moment I set eyes on him.
Oh, why?
He seems to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man that's shady reading across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me.
She's tapping her cheek, that's what you hear the sound from. She's pondering and she taps her cheeks. Only one.
I said to myself, John, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
You won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
Exclamation mark.
Yes, oh yes, indeed there was.
And she's dying to tell us. The shady lodger. Do you notice anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Exclamation mark.
Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchard.
Could you elaborate?
Well, take the man's room, obviously stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call.
Yeah, I mean, he's not good with people. So he's very Edgar Allan Poe-like. Like, he's an antisocial, he's paranoid, and he drowns himself in books because he doesn't have much friends.
He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Oh. Ah.
Could you clarify something, I wonder?
What, pray?
How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine?
Oh! Jiggly cheeks.
I would understood that neither of the lodger live on this floor in the house, is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and street level.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed.
And then she pours.
Ah! Good grief, Joan. Be more careful, woman. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Something doesn't add up here. Yeah, every time she tries to avoid a question or dodge a subject, she would pour tea on his lap. Shady! That trick won't work in court, ma'am. The incident 2 days ago. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window.
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrideb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, John?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as...
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well... Yes? Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time in the air, there's... Ah! For the love of God, John, watch what you're doing!
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman!
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow.
That's not my name, Narrow Hollow. Yes?
I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
Oh, really? Mr. Garrideb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Oh! Don't! Dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Send her away, man. Send her in the other room so we can talk with him in private. You don't need the maid to be next to you at all times. She's burning you. On purpose.
I'm begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garrideb.
Oh, they're shady. They're sus. What is the matter with this dude?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what?
I wish I knew. Mr. Natsume's room. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak.
Yes. Told me Natsu's name, as asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. He told me Natsu's name, as asked him.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services?
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
Okay. So, can we move? New location has been added, Mr. Natsume's room. A small dark room rented by a visiting scholar from the Empire of Japan by the name of Soseki Natsume. Wonder what awaits us. Okay. Shit. He wasn't lying about the books. I see 4 mountain pile of books. There's a small desk, and there's a cushion where a cat is sleeping, a calico, and then There's a wastebasket with a lot of ball of papers crunched up, and we see a statue of a cat for good fortune. And I see it looks like a big thick sheet, and there's some sort of bag, a suitcase, not a suitcase, some sort of bag with handles. It looks like the one similar to what Dr. Watson's have. I'm saying Watson, but I meant the real Dr. Watson, not the one in the game. 19th February, Mr. Natsume's room. What? Just look at this place. And smell it, it's so musty in here. Or I suppose it's the mountain of old books that are responsible for that. Yes, and also the fact that the windows are walled in, so you cannot open any window. It's like it's isolated. There's a gas lamp I see near the ceiling. It's right on top. It's right on top of the pile of books, and I realize that is that some breakers? Is that the breaker panel with a padlock behind those kind of books as well? That's a fire hazard right there. Dot dot dot. Am I supposed to find something in here? I don't think I've ever seen so many books in my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. I just realized he's only been here for 1 week, and he already managed to bring that many books in 1 week. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. So let's examine. Okay. Oh, there's another candle on top of the book pile. Fire hazard. Fire hazard. Okay. Let's go left. Okay, no. Okay, let's check the cat. Oh, look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Darumo doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling aboard. I want a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
Oh, I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Okay, wastebasket. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrolled all over them in English. Looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out.
I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you?
Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. Susato ...
I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth.
Okay. And here's this. Look at all those books stacked up there. They're almost reaching the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't mind the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will never be read again.
Ah, so reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
Or certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall there. It looks very robust. I wonder what's it for. There's a slot for inserting coins there, too.
Ah, I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruto.
A gas meter?
Yes, it seems there is a pipe gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter.
So if we were to put a coin in the slot...
That would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have a coin...
Oh, so if you're too poor to have a coin, you have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold?
That's right. As would a rich man would only carry crisp white notes.
Brrr, London is a very scary place. I just realized, yeah, this is. I wasn't too far to say that this was the breaker, because yeah, the electricity goes through gas and not with electricity. Yeah, the gas oil. There's a big, like there's a candlestick here. Check. Okay, let's go with the walled-in window. Could you even call this a window?
I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now.
So really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on it in a fit of whimsy.
Oh, that's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive.
It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. That desk seemed to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side.
Yes, it is. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreams of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh! What's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your Books.
Books of your books. Ha ha ha. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it too, and the date of the purchase. 2 days ago. Oh wait. Sosuke Natsume. Natsume is a pawn for it's not me. Not me. It's not me. I just realized. But Sosuke Natsume. Anyway.
And the date of purchase?
Oh yeah, the date of purchase 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m.
That's the day of the
That's the day of the incident.
That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
The second-hand book receipt has been entered into the court record. A receipt discovered in Mr. Natsume's room for some book that he has purchased from a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred. Can we check more details about this second-hand book receipt? Oh no. Customer Mr. Natsume, the sum of 2 shillings standard in receipt of the picture of Mr. Lecoq, a meal for Gaborio, and Canterbury Yearnings. A picture of Mr. Lecoq. It must like a millennial zoomer would say, oh, it's like the ancestor of a dick pics. He rented dick pics from the library. A picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Okay, let's try the cat. Hello. Meow. Oh, the cat moved. Now it stretches. Hello there. Hello, kitty. Oh, you're leaving. Okay, bye.
Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away.
Oh, I don't know about that. It disappeared into that pile of books as quickly as a flash. It was a tricolor Mickey, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We only been in the country for 2 days.
Okay, so now the cat's gone. And there's nothing to investigate where the cats were. So what was the point of that? Okay. Where did you come from? God damn it! So we have to click on the cat so we can, when we look at the right, now Sholm is here. Now, okay, maybe he popped up when we grabbed the receipt, but damn it, Sholmes! You stupid hairlock.
Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo!
Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book.
I hope we don't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes!
Exclamation mark.
Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see, where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria.
Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see, what happened on that voyage?
It was Kazuma Sogi. He died tragically, but you were a great help to us.
Oh yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Sogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
The speckled band. But yeah, in the book it's gonna be the snake, but
Oh!
well, you seem to remember something of it at least.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes! This is Mr.
Oh no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your name are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato.
Okay. So funny. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes.
I lose on the first round. Oh boy. Oh my.
So he doesn't seem to care if he got them mixed up.
In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrive in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes.
So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short of the amount of time?
I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my positive moment a little.
A little?
It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls that can distend to an extent.
Flick.
I do my best to forget useless facts lest they should elbow out the useful one. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet.
Yes, the famous Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. Pipe.
I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully.
He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important question to ask you about the travel case you just mentioned.
Goodness! What an earnest expression! My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case.
Alright. No, we're done examining here. Why am I doing that? Alright, let's get out. Let's converse. Mr. Natsume's arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. Sorry, Shay's poking me on Messenger. There. So she's probably gonna pop in. We never know. For the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road.
Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
What? I can't believe what's looking Susato squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance.
I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear that as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension.
Oh, how?
I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your astute compatriots of the crime.
But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland... Oh,
the good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene.
Oh. They already got a suspect, but they just asked him to show them where he lived, and it turns out it was right across the scene of the crime. She says, stop streaming and coming out with us, lol. No. A man seen fleeing.
There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. Yeah, I found it.
So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then?
That I could not tell you.
But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. Oh, wait. I thought that was Naruhodo, but it's still Sherlock.
But it was aggravating. Hello, Tyler, how you doing? It was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here.
Yeah, what do you need?
I'm talking to Shay. Shay was texting me on Messenger, says, come hang out with us. I said I can't.
I can't, I'm streaming. Going out with me here instead. You know I need the views.
However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. Oh, no.
Oh dear. Mr. Garrideb, the landlord.
Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings?
Yes, Mr. Garrideb, a retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution, that is, the services.
And it was the first time I ever met a maid from the Great British Institution, that is, service. Show him ... or I didn't think it was that funny.
Oh no, I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much as my Great Britain primer.
And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing, sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employed at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, household employed enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadab. Oh? Well, you mean he's not... Do you think he could afford more than one maid because he's a veteran? Or is it because he's a veteran, he's not middle class yet? I don't know, man. He looks like a lord. Kappa. Hello, Shay. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposed on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. The dingy room. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. So what's going on in this room? This room is where our defendant, the defendant is lodging. It's been there for a week. This guy, since he's a Japanese, he cannot or will not make friends with the British people. He's there to study English literature and the English language. So he just spends his days reading books. So he rents books from the library and bringing back here. Now he's been accused of an assault on a woman. They say it's like the girl was found with a knife on her back, but there were no blood and she didn't die. And the Scotland Yard jumped on him since he was the only one on the street at that time. Witnesses pointed him as being the culprit, so now he's being arrested. They didn't know where the guy used to live, so that's why they hired a hairlock over there to find out where he lived. And he just pointed at the door, and then the yard just said it, went there and arrest the guy. But hairlock is on my team of saying that that man is innocent. Well, for his side is like, okay, I'm waiting to have more incriminating evidence. Like, just because he was the only one on the street doesn't mean that he actually done it. From his point of view, Natsume says that he saw the woman with the knife on his back, so he ran away. But from the witness, it looked like he put the knife there. But nobody's seen, besides Natsume, nobody's seen the woman with the knife on the back before they met on the street. So that's the situation. And right now we're investigating. Probably like later we're gonna have the trial. See, but right now, yeah, there's a cat. Kappa, yeah, Shay's capping me on Facebook. Mr. Natsume, I stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, another thing about the suspect is because of this environment of the room. We start maybe because he's a little paranoid. Natsume looks like a Japanese Edgar Allan Poe with a Markiplier mustache. I kid you not, that's really how he looks like. Do I have his picture on the court record? Oh, what is this? Yeah, there it is. Season change, time passes by, and the weeks became 5 months, becomes a year. Thank you very much, Shay. Thank you very much, Shay Kappa. Thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Your 5th month. It says it's like a resub. It's like is it your 2nd month in a row? But yeah, all right. So this is Soseki Natsume, a scholar sent to Britain by the Japanese government to further his study of English. He's the defendant accused of murder. So as you can see, he looks like a Japanese Edgar Allan Poe wearing Markiplier's mustache. So there you go. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts, because it's been walled in. Somebody put bricks and mortar on top of the window hole. It's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Are you fucking kidding me? The City of London taxes people on windows? And the guy can barely afford the gas bill, so he decided to wall the window. So he decided to pay, to avoid paying a tax, he decided to pay from his own pocket bricks and mortar to cover the window hole so he wouldn't have to pay for taxes for window. What? Okay, maybe Sholmes is in the wrong. But window tax? What is that? Surely, not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those are lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly close windows up. While the rich open windows here, there, and everywhere. Just like the song of the Beatles. Kappa. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust! Forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light! This is the first time I ever see paying taxes as a bribe. You know? Oh yeah, I'm paying so much taxes, surely you could give me a little leeway, right? Usually people are rich because they don't want to pay taxes, so they go, they open fiscal paradise and hide their money in the Caymans or something. Indeed, the seas was rife as a result. So come 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. What? So nobody removed the windows in 40 years, even though they could. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. Oh, I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend from living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging. And discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinary low price. Yeah, no shit, it's crooked. The whole building is crooked, is about to collapse on itself. Of course it's cheap as fuck. Plus the fact that there's no window, so it decreased the value. And yeah, the support, like, the building is in poor condition. Like, I wouldn't imagine anyone living in there. Like, I was expecting squatters because, okay, there's smoke coming out of the chimney, so okay, there must be squatters in this building. No. A retired veteran who is renting 2 of his rooms to tenants. One of them is our client. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct, however.
I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is a little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention.
Are you sure? I'm curious now.
Well, I believe I told you all that I can now.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law?
Exclamation mark. You remember that, did you?
Aww. Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it?
Ryunosuke ... Oh, I'm not sure.
Not sure? On what grounds?
Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday.
Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too.
Shay, I have a question. Is your repeat of Kappa the same as Damien? Just say yes or no. You can end it with Kappa if you want. Like a Moogle. Yes, Kappa, or no Kappa. There's a redeem! Wait, there is. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where's the redeem? I don't see it. Shit. The earliest message I have is a ban from the follow bot 6 hours ago. I cannot see the... Where's the redeem? When was that? Oh, wait. No glasses. Oh, no glasses. All right. Thank you very much, Tyler, for the no glasses. I just noticed it. Thank you very much. So, we're going to complete it. So, no glasses for how long? What does it say? I forgot my own rules. Crap, I need my mouse for that. Sorry. You can pick Shay. Five minutes. Okay, so for 5 minutes, I'm gonna put a little timer. For 5 minutes, no glasses. Okay, let me just prep the timer. Where is it? Okay, I'm removing my glasses and I start now. Okay. Oh shit, I cannot read anything. Alright, so I'm gonna have to squint. I cannot read chat at all. Alright, well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients, to trust in their innocence?
Yes, trust.
Okay, Tyler, you wrote something, but you have to wait 5 minutes for me to read it, because I cannot see what you wrote. That spammer is banned now. Alright, thank you. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? Chums, ... My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Oh yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh my god, he got sidetracked. He wanted to investigate his innocence and got sidetracked and started reading books because they were interesting. My god, you dumbass. You magnificent, glorious, League of His Own dumbass. God damn it, Hairlock. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Oh, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not this relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. That we know. That we know. I didn't need it. Mr. Garrideb is hiding something. Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo! As yet our investigation has uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrideb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. And then he leaves. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Okay, so he didn't leave the room, he just went back to read his freaking book. Alright, so let's go back to, wait, the Garridebs. And they're gone! 19 February, Mr. Garrideb's room. So, can we open the screen? Because the maid stopped us from... Oh no, they're there. Fuck. You pair again. Now he's stirring his tea with the tip of his pipe. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Yeah, nice beard, like his face is shaped like a crescent moon. And the maid with the bonnet she's wearing is shaped like the sun and moon. Yes. Mr. Elrock Sholmes? Oh yes, rings a vague bell, and that detective business isn't really at... Oh! Timer's gone. Ignore. There you go. So... invoice receipt. Alright, so now I can bring back my glasses. Thank you very much for the redeem. It was kind of an interest. Like, it would have been better use, not better use, but imagine if you were using it, if it was not, if it was during the world end with you, or another game where I have to, there's more playing than reading. Like, I had to step up and look at the screen, but if I'm no glasses, playing a game that requires me skill in dodging, Like that would be would be so funny. All right, so we can remove this since it's been done. It's been redeemed. Thank you very much for redeeming the points. All right, so oh yes, rings a vague bell. All the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down here. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joe. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch that, what you're barely well doing? You still have 65,900k more? Oh my god, you can wreak havoc with this, with so many points. So every time she pours tea to him, she's gonna overflow on purpose and burn his lap. And yeah, it's like the mechanic, the comedy beats on this duo. For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bally well doing? Oh, I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful to all your assistance. For all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. I don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all of that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seems open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Oh, look who just popped up in the corner. I didn't see him enter the room and already Sholmes exploring the window. Oh, what's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes! Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Sherlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I am giving to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as a room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye onto one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about, is he? Oh, I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Oh, are we gonna do it? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. Are we gonna do a deduction and try to discover a secret? My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deduction. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Alright, we're gonna do the little dance. Mr. Garrideb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is more certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangement. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Oh,
Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat.
Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly?
How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? Well, the answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Oh. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes' Frostburn is logic and reasoning spectacular!
The Great Deduction.
The game is afoot!
Topic 1. Nature of the beast. Conclusion. Oh yeah. Deduction.
It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to say,
Spotlight on the broken
that a fearsome beast been on a rampage of late within these four walls.
Spotlight on Yaredeb.
Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take?
Exclamation mark.
Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid.
Yeah, he's looking behind the screen. Oi.
Your furtive glance, Mr. Yaredeb, led us directly to the answer.
Spotlight on the lion?
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue.
Question mark.
Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that fuel your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
What is this spiffle, I ask you? Spotlight on Yaredeb.
In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house.
What? He's knocked back on his chair.
Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Whoa!
As we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to?
Spotlight on the maid.
Madam?
Exclamation mark.
Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is? Oh, spotlight on the pocket.
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
Question mark.
For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show.
Oh!
Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Yaredeb, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in the nearby park, observes the tent. Flicks the cap. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe.
I most certainly did not.
I believe I have made my point.
Spotlight on Sholmes.
The fearsome beast we ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire.
Jubilantly. Conclusion: a rampaging Asiatic lion. Asiatic. Topic number 2, aftermath. Deduction.
Now, Mr. Yaredeb, it is painfully clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast.
Exclamation mark.
Indeed, in that glide pose, the stress is lost that caused you is veritably tangible.
Exclamation mark.
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel from being revealed by that supporting arm.
Question mark.
Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage.
Nonsense, man. I simply...
But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain.
Exclamation mark. Yeah.
And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. The bill? Yes, this is the pile of bills that's given rise to the pain you suffer. Question mark. Spotlight on the bills on the counter. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. Oh. Now he puts on his goggles. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. Wait, lions eat meat, not wheat and potatoes. And so he had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Spotlight on the maid. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carry out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? Oh, spotlight on the charred carpet on the floor. The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. It looks like it's been torn or burned. Like the wood is burned, that's for sure. And there's a candle nearby, but no, I don't. That wasn't there. That wasn't torn up by a lion. So we have a lot of emos coming out from Shay. Who is this guy? Blinking? Who's this guy? Looks nice. He's wearing a cap. Alright. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Exclamation mark. And she's looking at the corner. Sightless Combat. Oh, it's from Sightless Combat. Nice. Is that his face? I don't think I met I don't believe I met the chap. Sorry, I'm trying to... Now I'm talking with the vocabulary of the game. Spotlight on the maid. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wondering eyes have settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the Tower of Cakes? Question mark. Oh! There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Lion don't eat sugar! Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they had no bread, let them eat cake? Is he quoting Marie Antoinette? I was about to say Marie Elizabeth. That's not the same woman, by the way. He's quoting Marie Antoinette. If they have no bread, let them eat cake. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Spotlight on Sholmes. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. Facepalm. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Conclusion, carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Okay, flicks the hat. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Here's something Sholmes needs to know. Lions come from Africa. Tigers come from India. Mouth gape. Oh. Pour the tea. What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrideb. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deduction can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelation can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh! Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation?
Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again?
Well, your deduction just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside of a room of this size?
Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lie beyond the realms of common sense.
But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well?
But if an uncaged lion has run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garridem and his mate would have been hurt or worse.
Ah, that's where you're stuck. Flicks the hat. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon.
I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus.
And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Mrs. Otto, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, wherever anyone lands on Great Britain soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
When in Great Britain, you have to do like Britons. So, yeah, the lion, as soon as he came into London, he started to like tea and start drinking tea. This is face. Description says a headshot image of me wearing a cap and smiling with my logo on it, grabbed from his panel on his channel. Oh, right, great. Okay, so yeah, the cap is yeah, so the cap has the logo of his channel. So that I didn't know. Like the rest is exactly as you said.
Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again.
Okay. I had a feeling that was coming. All right, you gave a little shout out to Sightless Combat. Great. So they were last seen playing Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Oh, nice.
A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deduction needs. You can do it.
Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo.
We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help us with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe.
Let us start again. From the beginning of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Pose with the pipe. Flip to Naruhodo. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. Conclusion. Rampaging Asiatic lion. It's correction.
It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to say.
Spotlight on the broken dishware. That a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take?
Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Boy, your furtive glance, Mr. Garridem, lead us to the answer.
Okay, so this is where I'm gonna save. We're gonna continue, but just... I have no idea where this is going. Because the room doesn't give me much clues. Like, everything is well hidden.
The true nature of the beast has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue.
Or really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Garridem's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room.
Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then?
We must follow Mr. Garridem's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Okay. So what we have here? Lion statue. The medal?
No. Oh, there's a picture behind the lion. Photograph frame. What's this? Oh, what's this? A baby? What's this photograph? No, it's not a baby. It's his wife. That's his wife. Oh, I can see the ring. The ring is like a nice shaped flower. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garydeb's wedding. So we cannot see the face because the glass is broken. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply here. Mr. Garydeb, newlywed bride. So I'm gonna present the newlywed bride. Yes! The true nature of the beast. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Garydeb. And while we lament the fact that her face being obscured, we can still make out of her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Oh, wait. Is Joan the wife? He doesn't have a maid. That's his wife doing all the cleaning, but he's wearing a maid outfit. Is that what they're going for? Oh my god, that guy's cheap as fuck. He tried to pass for middle class, but he's low shit. Poor guy. Poor guy. But, well, this is how the Occident treats his soldiers after they get out of war. Not much, just a nice piece of metal, and that's it. That must be worthless for him. Thank you very much for dropping by, Shave. Much appreciated. I love you, hugs and kisses, and I hope we see each other soon. So honor might be stretching a point. So too late, the fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garydeb. Yours! The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. I'll message you, Chaser, no problem. Well! Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you not consider me unchivalrous, but displain to me with one glare in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us answers clue as to Beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Shums is quite right. There's no sign of Mrs. Garydeb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue? A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garydeb's wife could be. So there's a maid. Wait. Aha! I knew it! Wedding ring. That's the wedding ring from the picture. Your wedding ring gives us handed clue as the beast's current whereabouts. I knew it. Fucking the maid is the wife. Your wedding ring gives us hands of clue as the beast's current whereabouts. Oh! Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garydeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid! Exclamation mark. No. Spotlight to Sholmes. You are Mr. Garydeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garydeb herself. Oh my word! She's being knocked back near the fire. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightfully surmise, this is the wife, yes. My Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally quarterback. Ah! Wow, 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 wow. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. So now I understand why Garrideb has been so permissive as to let his maid burn himself in accident. Like, this is typical wife abuse. Typical. Nothing to see here. So, wait, can I want to get out of, I put myself in mod mode, but I want to get out of it. Try to find out, how. And then, oops. Not this. Not this. Okay, so this is a good start. Okay, it's better. Alright. Okay. Alright, I think I found my way. There you go. So, after all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. Tisk. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ the maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment, a man of his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concern about my appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrideb as his wife work as his maid? Precisely, am I right, Mr. Garrideb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. And he sweats. Of course he does. So, conclusion. The raging wife of Mr. Garrideb is the nature of the beast. Solved. Topic number 2, aftermath. Carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. No. It's not a carpet. It's not gnawed. Now, Mr. Garrideb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings from this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blight pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Scholes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Garrideb is standing beside her husband as we speak, Mrs. Garrideb. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true! So perhaps that supporting arms that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Scholes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Okay, so let's turn around. There's the pipe. What else can we see? Oh, if we turn around... Slap cheek! Yes, his cheek is red. He's been slapped. Supporting arm. Yeah, slap cheek. Yeah, see the hand mark on the other side of the face. Okay. So, yeah, there's no way to tell There was no way to tell because all this time we see him from his left profile, but as soon as we look at the dark side of the moon, you can see that there's a big hand mark that goes from his face completely. He's been slapped proper there.
Take that!
Spotlight on the other side of the face. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulder, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refused to fade was you, Madame Joan Garrideb.
Well, yes.
Spotlight on Garrideb. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir.
Ugh!
How the blazes. How did you work that out, man? Nothing escaped the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked at us directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage. And we need only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. They're both looking at some picture. Oh no, the bills. Yes, it's this pile of bills that's given you rise to the pain you suffer. Did Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for Lion, Father?
Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling out all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife.
Mr. Naruhodo! She's a person, not a thing!
Yes, well, she eats like an army.
Mr. Naruhodo!
She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact.
Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder?
I would love to know the answer to that question. Okay, pile of bills. Bookmark, what's this? No!
Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garrideb is clearly an avid reader.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I don't think this is a bookmark.
Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand.
And lipstick on it. Like imprinted kiss with red lipstick on the note.
Oh, James, I love you, yours, Mary.
Oh, Garrideb as a mistress. So that's why you got the slap.
And look next to the signature here.
Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture.
Don't get any ideas, Susato-san.
Oh dear, I'm sorry.
So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Bookmark transform into love note. And there's broken plates. Yeah, so there's been a fight. Love note. Yes, it's this love note that's given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you, yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here? Now Joan is pissed. She's holding the saucer with the teapot with the other hand, while her left hand is clenching a fist with the ring finger. The ring hand. And she slaps him again!
Oh.
But I don't know the bully woman.
You don't know her?
That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. Oh, okay. Yeah, his name is not... Is his name James? So whose name is James? Wait. It's just in there, you say? Okay, so who's James? This is Mael, Tobias, Soseki, Iris, Joan, John. There's no James.
James Moriarty.
Oh no, maybe Bond. James Bond. Lol. Lol. As if there were James Bond back in the Victorian era. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ow! A likely story. Now listen here, Joel, old thing. I explained it at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? Oh, this one doesn't burn. So this one will support 4T ad vitam aeternam. For infinity and beyond. That's right, that's what I've been saying. Oh, yeah! A likely story. For heaven's sakes, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name is, in case you've forgotten, is John. Arg! A likely story. Shut up, woman. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, a ferocious beast carried out one last and unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? And now she's looking at something. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the Tower of Cakes. No, it's the chandelier that's missing a candle. This is obvious here. Like, they dropped the chandelier burned the carpet. And then when they picked it back up, one of the candles fell off and still near the burn marks. But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet. Oh, you don't know. You don't know. Yes. She was eating rug. Because, you know, in this time and age, it's not, it's like frowned upon to have a gay relationship. So yeah, to hide the fact that she had a mistress of her own, like she was, yeah. So the guy has a mistress. The guy has a mistress, even though it's clearly anyway. But surely they didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mr. Garredeb's gaze, and that will reveal to us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. There's candlestick. Thank you. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Spotlight on the lone candle. Indeed they are. The scorch mark at the edge of clearly gave the truth away. The scorch marks? It appears that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Oh. Mrs. Garredeb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of a strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room is in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman. It is but fire! And in this room, that ferocious beast bared his claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. Spotlight on both of them. After the spark of marital discord flew, this room was the seat of a fire. But the... Oh, he's gonna stand up. Garrideb is standing up. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! And then he falls. Oh, in the arm of the maid. She's a strong woman. Conclusion, carpet scorched by a small fire. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. My dear fellow. Yeah, that was a nice bit. I liked it. It's these long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Locally, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. I buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material? For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonish. Demolish might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt description. Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when Kendall found the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old Styx rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. So yeah, he was stuck between a fire and a hot place. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We have to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over there, Mr. Garrideb? Well, we have nothing more to hide now, if you allow me. So it's gonna remove the screen. Oh shucks. Had all my favorite old novel in that case. Also, there's a bookcase. The left side of the bookcase has been burned. Like the left door of the bookcase that goes in the bottom left door is a disaster. It's all black. 5 of those books on the first shelf in the bottom are destroyed. Like they're scorched as well. The rest is intact. I see some sort of marks on the side. I don't know what those are. We need to inspect that carefully. But yeah, the whole corner of the carpet has been charred, and the wooden floor is burnt. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh! Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been! There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books, coming 10 to the dozen. Incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, the book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. Assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be the correct once again.
It can only be described as a great British wonder. Wait, tell you, it was a total carnage, flames everywhere, and the whole stick in full fettle. Out of interest. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So, at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window and on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing.
Oh, really? ...
He's finishing his cup. She slapped her cheek. Joan ... Sholmes ... Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you?
Well, I think we've got the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it all have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether the secret would prove to be of relevance or not.
Yeah, he's got a point. I just knew you were going to say that.
Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of two categories. Those relevant to the case and those not.
That makes no sense to me.
Well, no matter. It is so far greater importance that you make up your mind now.
Sorry?
Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over.
Oh no, is that time already?
If we were to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
Yunosuke, so that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to take yourself to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time, she vows.
Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him her answer. Okay, let's get out of here. Nothing for us here. Natsume's room. Oh no, wait. Prison. "19 February, Briar Road." I said prison. Oh, the cops are gone.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yes, I know. Let's hail the car. Oh.
What's the matter?
It looks like something's going on over here in front of the Garrideb's house. Huh? Who the fuck is this clown?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers.
Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking nimini-pimini? You nimini-pimini? Alright, so... there's a guy who looks like he comes right out of a playing deck of cards. And this guy who he's talking to is wearing all yellow. He's having a big Popeye chin with a scar. He looks like he's a commoner. So that must be a caricature of high class and low class, and they're having a fight outside the door. Yeah, so
there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
So, yeah, it looks like a jester. He looks like a jester of some sort in court, and he talks in Shakespeare. And that right there is a quote. Is a quote from Hamlet. Who's this Horatio fellow, eh? What are you on about? So yeah, I have no way other to describe the the man on the left that he comes from a deck of cards. Like he must be a jack or a joker. It's, he's kind of weird.
Excuse me.
What the? What are you now?
I'm sorry, I just looked as though there might be some problems here. And my associate here, Mr. Rinosuke Naruto, is a lawyer, you see.
A lawyer? What? Before I can be of your assistance, I'll be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I'm studying English law.
Tusk.
Fine, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet!
And then he does some sort of pose. And there's some sort of crest on his jacket. Like he's wearing a yellow cap and a yellow jacket, and there's a crest on his jacket. It's like a green shield with bars, and on the below there's a red S. Get thee to the nunnery!
Do I look like a blooming nun to you?
Oh! I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you.
What was that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Garrideb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
My Mr. Garridebs mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man.
Really? He's a clown.
Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Oh, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy of a polemus in my battle of words never could there be.
Sorry? Battle, did you say?
Oh, who is the stronger? Hamlet of Macbeth. Mr. Natsume and I sparred along into the night.
Oh, I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentlemen, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well! I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man at its lodgers, the Garrideb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure that Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over.
Okay, here's Garrideb, 19th February, 6:31 p.m. Local prison, cell number 9, inmate number 53. So yeah, he's looking over his shoulder like that guy's been tormented. Huh? Soseki.
Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched.
We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, no. Take nothing of it. Relax.
If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots.
Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nipponese.
Oh, now let's not get carried away now.
Oh, I quite agree, question mark. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. Question mark, on the other hand... Oh, it is though friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least.
It's you! The miserable, rotten spy, Herlock Sholmes!
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? Oh, I have no intentions of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course.
What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that Gloomfilm room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friends is faring.
Room for room?
At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny.
Ugh! You! How dare you, Sherlock Holmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake.
Meanwhile, Sherlock Holmes smoking a pipe.
Haunted by spirit in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trials as well.
My whole life is bedamned!
Ryunosuke ...
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodging would curse, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodging, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Okay, we need to talk. Cursed trial. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed?
Oh no, why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it.
Oh, I see. That's really agitated him.
You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow?
Sholmes ... Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey?
The Reaper?
Oh no! What do you mean? Please tell me! Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words!
No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution ever. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution ever. 16. Count them. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly.
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances.
Mr. McGilded.
What?
Ah, I'm impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail.
Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself.
Oh no, he couldn't have, surely.
Sholmes ... You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Oh, of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me?
It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
Susato, exclamation mark.
What on earth do you mean by that? The Reaper. Van Zieks is a quite exceptional man, however, in London courts of law. Exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception.
Oh, that's good.
Soseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, while the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right! Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation.
And that's alright?
However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my! Though the adjudication may seem them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking, really.
Disappear? But how?
Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall under the Thames and they're drowned. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by a highwayman.
Oh no.
All example of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Ryunosuke ... Susato ...
Soseki, I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed!
Cursed lodging. When you say a cursed lodging before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garrideb's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? Soseki ...
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I only been in London a week before I started to know this strange feeling in myself.
That didn't take long then.
Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dusk till dawn. From dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
It must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I have to move a number of times. Most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now.
Yes, why didn't you choose that? It seems a little inconvenient.
The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is scarce." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him,
"If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place!"
Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true.
You mean the room really is cursed, then?
Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feelings as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm Brandon the Killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all?
To believe. Yes, to believe. To believe. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruto? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake?
Well, yeah.
At that time, I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate.
I did I? Interesting.
What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me?
I see, yes, you mean.
Flicks his hat.
Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in the locked room?
Well, if you like, yes.
I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it.
But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little.
I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me.
What?
You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in.
What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned.
But I could have betrayed your trust.
In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion.
Meaning?
Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself.
Yes, he's right. He's right, welcome student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. Flashback. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Cosmo.
Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe.
Already?
Our visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. Flicks his hat. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh, he's gonna invite us to eat. Yes, yummy, yummy. Hey, why aren't you recharging?
Thank you.
There you go. Now I can change controller. Exclamation mark. Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there? Soseki ... Soseki ... Mr. Natsume, if you like, in the trial tomorrow, I'll be happy to represent you. Exclamation mark. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. He's weeping. Inosuke ... Although I said I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe even? But I think I finally worked it out. I decided I must believe in myself above all else, trust my instincts.
Yes, Mr. Naruto!
And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. ... As I said when we first met, I would like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruto, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got here in the end. Oh, okay, now we see an image of the Gyarados, as you can deduce from the pouring. Miss Susato,
Yes?
would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
Absolutely.
As I said this morning,
You may consider me your personal judicial assistant.
the shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavy on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learn to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him. To fight his corner. Tomorrow in the courtroom. With all the strength I can muster. To be continued. Alright, so because I had a nap, I feel good to continue. But it's still getting late, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stream only for 1 hour. What I'm gonna do, you know what? I'm gonna eat something first. I'm gonna save. First thing first. Clouded Kokoro. I still have to understand what this is. I mean, Kokoro is hard, but it would have, at the very least, it would have kept, it would do the translation, like Clouded Heart. It felt like a Clouded Heart, but we need to see what's the Clouded Heart. We need to see the evidence. Anyway, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make something quick to eat, then come back, and do I need a refill? No, I don't need a refill. So we're gonna continue for 1 more hour, and then we're gonna save wherever it lands, and then we're gonna raid someone. I think I have a good idea of who to raid. Yeah. All right. So I won't be long. Just making myself a quick, not snack, but half dinner. Okay. So my lunch is gonna be ready in 3 minutes. I think I can move a little bit. Alright, so 20th of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, I thought there was gonna be a number, but there were none. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon?
We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. It could be life-changing. In which case, treating this as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning. Who is this? Oh, it's the defendant. Oh, Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately to not wake up early. So I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Oh, I didn't sleep. He couldn't sleep.
And now I'm
absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literally people take things so literally? Ha 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 ha! Literally people take things literally. Bows?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
Oi, I wish I had not lives. My whole future hang in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I feel tremors in the floor. I can do this. I can take it. Although, locum students, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Von Zeke? Is that right, Mr. Sato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of every one.
Oh, I knew it!
Sometimes after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Ziek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they all are speculating various answers.
Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us.
Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has called people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it's you who stand against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers.
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? Find the least lucky lawyer alive. Ryunosuke. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Exclamation mark. Yes, it's true I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skill or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
Oh, benevolent non-local assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. She doesn't have a title. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I'm alive. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Okay. I'm gonna get my food. It's beeping. Now the bailiff is calling us to come in, so it's gonna be meta. So, in case you're wondering what I'm eating today, it's kefta kebab along with a side dish of pasta with bolognese sauce. Quite unconventional, it's basically leftovers. So there. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! Hi! This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time I won't let my fate waver. I believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. "20th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." Oh! Different,
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
Okay, so now the jury is different. I was expecting to be the same members over and over again, so that's why I decided to give them voice. But now it's like 5 other different members. But I think Bruce Fairplay is back. I'm not sure. We need to go through all the 6 jury once again. There's a lot of character in this game. A lot of character compared to other Phoenix Wright games. Excuse me if I take some pause to eat.
I now call upon the counsel of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Van Ziek, ... The Nipponese are truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do believe arrogance is an appropriate description. I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description, sorry. Susato-san. After all our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Now he pours into his golden chalice. Spins it around. Very true. And the most fascinating, if dark, a trial it was too. Yes. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. A toast! Here's to the acquitted. And his unfortunate, violent end. So this guy is the one, Van Zeke is the one who your guy drove out of retirement. We have no reason if, yeah, so this is the guy who retired. But yeah, this is the guy we've been talking about. It looks like a vampire. So we have no idea what brought him out of retirement. It's just a coincidence that it matches with us coming back into London. It's some say it's a coincidence, others say it's destiny, but I do not believe that we caused him to come out of hiding. Not one bit. But yeah, just look at him. Isn't he gorgeous? Exclamation mark. Rubble, 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 rubble. Oh, there's a maid. Oh my god, is that Joan? Joan is the jury. Okay, I call bullshit. Point of order. The jury is impartial.
Thank you, counsel. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
Juror number 1, that's obviously Bruce Fairplay. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe it's fair play for everyone. Okay, the number 2, it's a new face. It's a regular dame. It looks like straight from a painting. She has a very oval face. She has nice big brown eyes. She kind of looks like Alita, but she's wearing a gentle lady Victorian clothes. She looks very plain.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
And we have juror number 3, who looks like a nice gentleman with a melon hat and a brown suit. Blonde hair, blue eyes, with big ears. He looks kind of nice. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. This is juror number 4. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that Mustache Foreigner did the deed. Oh yeah, because this is the wife. Is he gonna throw a fit? Juror number 5 looks like a buff, beefy fellow. He has a big, nice, bushy beard. Shaved, almost buzz-shaved hair, with hairy, big arms, broad shoulder, broad pecs. He looks like he working in a chimney or something. Like he's a strong guy. Come on! What are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. And then we have a nice old man who looks deaf. He looks like it's like the husband. He looks like the husband of the nanny who used to be at the seats. This is number 6.
Hey! Sorry! Didn't quite catch that! Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeke.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. He smells the cup, and while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act, and throws it into the candelabra behind him, of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody horde they are.
Oh, just look at that solid complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Chart number 5. Come on, let's get this over with. And with me, everyone. And the 1, and the 2, and the 3. And then he slams onto the catapult, but no fire came out. He wants to... This is prejudice. Okay, that guy's a racist.
Oh no, he's Japanese. Let's kill him.
Hey! Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, send the inspector in, please.
Oh, is it Gregson? Yes, it's Gregson. Alright, so I'm gonna eat at the same time as him. Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Well, yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, this detective inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the event of the case for the court, Inspector?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
Oh my god. She's round as a olive, and she's wearing green, so her name is obviously Olive Green. So, yeah. No, I think something that important in this trial is that this woman is not dead. She took a knife to the back, but she survived. So we're being accused of assault with a weapon. And okay, right now he's not eating, but I'm preparing my bite.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Talk to me. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, and the victim's fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know she is for sure?
Comatose, I see. Well, her life is not in danger?
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running along Sangbriar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street.
Now we see a token of a lady. There's a token of a gentleman.
Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
The case file has been entered into the court record. A file containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital, yet to regain consciousness. What of the weapon that was used?
Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
A flip knife? Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Even the scrat looking so sicky-san, I suppose.
A common of garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blades as evidence.
The jackknife has been entered into the court record. I thought jackknife was those knives that when you have to push a button to produce a blade. Yeah, but like it's a switchblade. Yeah, it's a jackknife. Large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. Yeah, it looks pretty common too. Your typical run-of-the-mill jackknife.
Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's position, it seems that she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say.
No motive.
Apart from visiting second-hand bookshop, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Raises his hand. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had from stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. Racist.
Objection!
Oh! Fucking dang. He just took the bottle of wine with the tip of two fingers and just fling his arm and just throw it in the back of his head. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. I say, I got it on my head, you fucker! But your words have sour its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Yes, sir!
Witness testimony. Mr. Natsume's arrest.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Oh, bullshit, you needed Sherlock for that. You needed the receipt that you didn't have.
Old books, you say? Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here at the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
Okay, I see 3 books.
Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring.
And now we see the blade lodged behind the woman's back. And no blood. No blood whatsoever.
We'll take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
Just noticed something. The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. This photo has color. I just realized something flipped. Usually, photographic print are still in black and white. This one has color. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Yeah, why is it in color? Why is it in color? I don't get it. There's a button. I cannot read the titles on the books. This is Ik 3. This is Manumi. And this is Blur. So she's lying on her right side. We cannot see her face at all. Let's check the case file. Details. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim, olive green female, stout built, early 20s. Location. Pavement of Ward Road on the east side. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat. So the reporting officer, his name is Rolly Beat. Okay, we're probably going to see him later as another witness. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effect. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Ah, there you go. Second-hand book receipt. So we need to cross-reference the books to see if the books really belong to to Natsume, because the receipt of the second-hand book, has the name of the. No, we check this. So let's check the jackknife. No blood on the blade. The tip is broken. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Zato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. I couldn't find anything out of place. Okay. It's only on the tip. The handle is fine. So I can only interact with the blade to put it back and forth. Yeah, the blade is clearly missing, because usually we can see blade all the way up to here, but there's a hole proving that the blade is broken. Oh, so it's only the tip of the blade that's alright. Too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. On the tip of the... Yes, the tip of the blade is missing. We have no idea where it is, and there's no blood. So they claim that it was pulled back from the body and she went into a coma, but nope, I'm not buying any of this. But I have no idea where to go to get to the truth. I have no hint of what could have happened beside what just happened isn't true. Deny of everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Mr. Zato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us that what all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let off a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slab of stones at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my leg could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing.
Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of the terrifying accident. That does not mean that he is guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. The fact that the accused concedes. Arg.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Consul. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Let's see if that's gonna dig my grave just like before. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to make a submission examination and cross-examine the jury to see if they're contradicting themselves or not.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I would expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. Tusk, how quaint.
Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog can cause a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day I was nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Org, Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Exclamation mark.
Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right! One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That must be Rolly Beat, the one who, yeah.
That is correct, ma'am.
Oh, the slam didn't hit. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute! At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Oh! The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite! Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness! Hooray! Let's drink to that.
Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
Hold it!
From behind, you say?
Yeah, that's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle on the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's been training at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Egg slap. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings,
I think you'll find it all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume has his hand full with his books. He's managed to close to one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord. Yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of this scholarly attention.
The bookroom was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
Bourbon Books?
The closest second-hand bookshop of the accused, lodging in this place here, Bourbon Books.
But that's not where the library is. He bought the book in your books, not in Bourbon.
A little place in the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road on the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home.
Okay, so here's the contradiction. So we need to amend that testimony, please, to add that specific detail.
Something like this.
Now we see the little thingy. The location of the local maps information has been updated in the court record. I need to see where your book is. That would change everything.
Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's location, the bookshop's name, or the bookshop stock. The name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe?
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes! It could be a very important clue.
Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic?
He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand book shop he apparently patronized.
Present. Second-hand book from... We'll just make sure that it's the... Yeah, your book.
Objection!
If I could just stop you here, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Book.
Your Book? Y-O-R-E, I presume.
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
What? Inspector, Do you know this other bookshop? Well, yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all,
I have the street map here, if that might be a help.
Yes, thank you. Oh, have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Book, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Book, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Juror number 1, could that be true? Number 2.
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Number 3.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What'd you just say?
Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Rubble.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Book establishment?
Oh, well, obviously we'll look into that.
It turns out that Your Books is just here on the street corner of Meerschaum Street going east.
Ah, alright, so he's on Calabash Road. Your Books is on Calabash Road, near corner on Meerschaum, going east. So, there's 2 possible roads. So probably he took the long way and went south and go on Strand. So it probably didn't meet at all Briar Road. They're still gonna say that, oh, maybe he still did the route. It's just like 4 houses more. 4 houses more, but still, like, there's another route from this. He can go through Calabash. The local maps information has been updated in the court record. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. Yeah, because you see that pours herself up. Why? My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticism. A toast to your future career in the circus.
Grr, you put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you.
Yes! Do a Susato takedown from this side of the court to the other side.
Hiya!
I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there is no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes. Well, thank you, Inspector.
Berg. Allow me to reiterate to my learn if someone slow Nipponese friend. He breaks the glass into his hands. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Erg.
Rubble.
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say, huh? I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
If the prosecutor's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
Ah, she's absolutely right.
We must think You must consider the assumption just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Van Ziek, ...
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodging, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route take between the two places. Yeah, exactly what I said. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a cloud is a fool's errand, of course. However, compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. He's been there for a week. He doesn't know the neighborhood well. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodging and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself, ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. You're not helping yourself, Natsume.
Oh, that's right. As I said, the bloke seems to be spending his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Who says?
Hold it!
Oh, the jurors.
Hold it. I agree with Lord Van Ziek. Wholeheartedly and in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean...
We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Guilty!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ba 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 ba. 6-0 in one fell swoop. Ouch. Alright, game over. Alright, we tried. It's done. 4 hours done. That's the 4 hours there, folks. Yeah, we're gonna raid. No, not right now. Not right now, but just...
It would appear the jury's learning is unanimous. ...
A toast to the insightful members of the jury. I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Ryunosuke? No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. Okay, we're gonna have the summation examination and then we're gonna end the stream. How about that? Or I have to tip the balance of those skills the other way. I have to turn this around somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. He's adjusting his armband. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. The rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been very long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his honkish refusal to throw in this alley.
Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contention. The jurors' contention. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the woodshop, not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind. Was she all dreadful?
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing.
Your books, yes, nice shop, Dad, but bourbon books, no, not worth a visit. With only minor exception, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, it would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appeared convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue...
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I just make the juror change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Slaps both his cheeks. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on. Real no scare, you could do it. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese already admitted himself, didn't he?
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You and me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumor buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock,
Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history.
Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to have seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone's wearing green was the victim. And clearly, the funny little Nipponese man with a disturbing mustache is the culprit.
But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you're foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
She uses her compact to adjust her foundation. And, yeah, puts it back. I could tell you what's going on through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare, the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime.
Ugh.
If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, could it be more simple?
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well for her.
The man would have gone through the houses of his way back from the boot shop, not in winter.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books.
Oh yes, like you drew on the map you made. What was it? Calabash Road or something?
Precisely.
But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not.
Well, yes, that's true.
And at the moment, there's no proof that showed he did, is there?
Well, yes, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yes, that's annoyingly true.
Winter nights are dark and so cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible.
Well, yes. Why is all this true?
So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went along Briar Road.
Oh, I'm supposed to be convincing you here.
I have given you a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on the whim that he did. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. Yeah, I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would.
A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. The master's wife? Where'd you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand? Well, she's keeping up that charade. Oh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. That wasn't the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. Oh, I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been a little over a week now. And if that time, surely he must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What?
Spending all this time in that dark and dingy room sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People like he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such thing about him? It's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got to work to be going.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me, though, son. My life's on the line, too, and so is my family's. Huh? The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford the time to take time off. So if I don't work out, I don't eat, and neither does my wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug to fix it. It's a hard slog from dusk to dawn, it is.
So, you were out digging out the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence?
That's right. Meerschaum Street it was.
Meerschaum Street. Okay, so he couldn't take Meerschaum Street because it was under repair. So here's the contradiction that's gonna flip with number 3. On the map, Mr. Naruto, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important. You're withholding information.
Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. There.
Bit number 5 with number 3.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another.
Lords Consul, explain yourself.
Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? Just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, jury number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Jury number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were work being carried out on Meerschaum Street, marking it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. Why, what do you think, sir?
Oh, well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! Oh, ... My lord, my judge, sir, if I may.
Yes?
I don't think at all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. ... He's gonna switch to white. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what's really happened. Switch to white. Yay! 5-1. What a nice fellow. What about you, sir?
Oh, who, me? Well, Alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, as that's what I say as a laborer. Switch to white.
4-2.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue of discrepancy that could make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Ziek is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, but whatever means we have at our disposal. Van Ziek, ...
Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Okay, let's try. I have to say not guilty at this point, so I can see where this trial goes from here.
Whether it's digging up rolls or digging up the truth, we got to see through the end, haven't you? Your books, yes, nice shop that, with purring books and not worth a visit.
Hold it!
Huh? Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what?
No, not fold it. What I said was hold it. Adjust his armband. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in here, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Oh, shit. He was there. He's wearing a green overcoat. Oh my god. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. He has the same shape as the victim, yet they have the same build. And in the fog, you can tell the difference. Were you sure about the time?
Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it very well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road and I slipped on the ice and knocked my head. It always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your book.
Jumper number 6, I must insist that you had that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Huh? Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. ...
You've changed two of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, just 2 more to go.
Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here.
Wish I knew how to do a Susato takedown. I suppose word will have to suffice for now. For pity's sake, the little Japanese already admitted himself. Okay, so if he said the woman in green collapsed from his eye, Roy could have been a victim. But he collapsed as well. I slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. I knocked myself clean out, you know.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
Oh, what are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2, juror number 6.
My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your book and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he had no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we're all aware of all of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, ma'am?
My, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy street of the neighborhood.
Oh my!
It's juror number 1, exclamation mark. Number 3, my goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat from whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today?
Way to call him out. That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that.
My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? Go ahead and pee, but not here.
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapse in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to from his lodging. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
Rubble. You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about here, we'd be have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
Are they going to blame him for his choice of clothing?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the street these days? Is it a crime to sleep over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
Hold it. The lady. My lord, I don't hope it would cause any inconvenience, but...
You would like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
And I would too! What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well, I'm white now. There! 3-3.
And with number 2, that's going to be 2-4. And then we can proceed. Now we turn the shift around. Now we can continue the trial. Bada bing.
Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the nays 4. So the noers have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus amongst the member of the jury. The trial will continue.
And with that, we're gonna save. Because it's late. Oh my god, it's past 10 p.m. Yeah, it's really late. So, we're gonna save here. And we're gonna continue. Yep. We're gonna continue next week, next Monday, for another Greatest Attorney. Tomorrow is gonna be the final day. The final day of Neo the World Ends With You. We're still chasing after that Suzuki, or Suzy K, as Fred calls it. And I believe there's going to be a confrontation, and there's going to be a lot of shenanigans. So right now, who are we going to... You know what? Some person just popped in. Alright, I have a choice between Nisa, who is doing... I want to check she's doing, because she's under discussion. Usually she's under discussion, and then she plays a game.
She's a new VTuber model. She changed her look, and she's really nice. Right now, she's doing drawing with stuff, and okay, I followed a new person. Her name is Lady Virgilia. She's playing the game I'm playing right now, but she just started. So I believe she's still under chapter 1 or chapter 2. So we're gonna say a little cheer to her, but we're gonna keep our mouth shut as to the game. So we're gonna raid Lady Virgilia. Virgilia? Yeah, Virgilia. Yeah, you got it right. Okay, so this is Demina Mascador signing off, and I wish you a good evening, and I hope to see you tomorrow for the final day of Neo The World Ends With You, expecting a turnover, because I don't believe for one bit that we're going to finish the game tomorrow. I believe we're going to have another full cycle. I believe this is a game that loops. Not like 12 minutes, but it's the game that loops. So, until then, take care everyone. Peace out.